Fantastic. It's great to have you. You're our newest members. Great to have you along today. I've been doing this job for about 5 years now, and a little bit more. And I landed in Australia at a PBL school in Western Sydney, and it threw up a lot of questions for me straight away. So so I've been on this journey for a number of years and worked with lots of different eye markers. You just missed the competition, who's travelled the furthest, but I think pretty much that you win. From yeah, welcome. Coming all the way from Mildura. Did you travel down? Yeah. Well, we're glad you made it. And we've got Troy, our specialist curriculum leader of humanities, who's head of humanities here at Salesian. We're going to hear all about the projects that they're running here and the changes that are coming for next year, which will be interesting. And it's really great to have another subject specialist in the room. My background is languages, so I'm here as a facilitator. I've had plenty to learn from you guys today. So we're going to start for the first half hour just with some introductions and sharing what's working, what challenges we all have in the room. As Daniel mentioned, there's opportunities to be found in those challenges, so let's add them to start with. And then we're going to hear from Troy about bringing history to life at Salesian College before morning tea at 10:30. And then the second session will be looking, revisiting for some people looking for the first time at deeper learning and the characteristics of a unit that fosters deeper learning, and looking at authenticity with a number of different examples of projects. So I think we've got 6 or so projects to take a look at, and you're going to need to reach consensus in terms of what is the most authentic. And then there'll be time to look at our own projects. So hopefully you have a unit of work that you would like to improve upon, or perhaps an idea, if it's just still in its kind of standard form. And with that unit of work, we'll be thinking of a target question. So what would you like to receive feedback on from other people in the room? And we'll be sharing that feedback, because that's always the really best part of the day, really, that talking to other people and sharing ideas, making those connections before finishing at 3 o'clock. Are there any questions at this stage? All good? So hopefully our learning targets meet your need to knows. When you registered for this, you were able to put those in. Essentially, we're going to leave with a better understanding of what PBL looks like in other schools, what an authentic project means to you as well, and what that might look like practically speaking. Maybe some idea of a protocol or practice that you can use to make your content a little bit more authentic and or student-centered. And finally, an idea of an engaging unit from someone that you met today, or perhaps the examples that we looked at. So to start off with, we're just going to mix things up, hopefully speak to somebody that we haven't spoken to yet this morning. So plenty of people will be familiar with this. When you see the prompt, so move to the corner of the room that matches your personal answer to the question, and then I'll show you a discussion point. So if we're facing the projector, the front left is here. So this is the number of years in teaching. So if you're a newbie and you've been teaching for less than 5 years, you can skip to the front left because you're still full of enthusiasm. Front right if it's 5 to 10 years, back left 10 to 20, and back right if you're more than 20. So if you'd like to stand up and move to those spots, this will work out. If anybody's on their own. Troy, if you'd like to join up with a 3. Okay, so here's your prompt. Hopefully you can see it. So as your new PM, Peter Dutton's first job is going to be cancelling all history teaching in schools, which sadly is not all that, not totally unbelievable. Why does the world or our students need to learn history? So this is your pitch back to the Prime Minister, Peter Dutton. So why does the world or our students need to learn history? Just turn to the person next to you, hopefully someone you haven't spoken to yet today, and share your ideas on that topic.
No, what is it always I was about to repeat the question. I think it's just understanding why.
Okay, so before we move off topic, I've just been sold on history. I'm going to leave behind languages. History's now become my favourite topic. We just had a really good conversation, and it was mentioned about different perspectives. Would anyone be happy to share just the part of your conversation, any important point that came out, why we need history?
We're sort of discussing that. It's sort of twofold. It's important because it's necessary to look back at our past and learn from that. And also the literacy component, I would say, as well. You really need that literacy base as well, and sort of teaching that those skills of critical thinking and analysing and looking back at things is really important.
Yeah, we took that helps us understand our context for today, why things are the way they are. Any other points that we haven't mentioned? The benefits?
I think that literacy one's a good point, and being able to have different discussions and different ideas and understand that not everyone agrees, and how you actually practice that oracy and the written aspect of it too. So it feels nice. And then you use it in different areas, different subjects, different parts of your learning. So
who here has quite a diverse student population with families who have not been in the country for very long? What role does history have to play in their understanding?
In West Melbourne, it's a great study for student discussion about their own stories, and also to acquire
Yeah, nice. So understanding our own history personally And as a migrant to Australia, it helps me understand the connection to the culture about history. My Uber driver this morning from the airport was from Somalia, and he mentioned about the number of African countries. I'm ashamed to say I didn't know there were 54 African countries. Obviously, the English, the French, and the Portuguese. And the colonists changed the history of Africa. And history is also, for me, as an English person, part of feeling uncomfortable. So that again, okay, that's part of humanity, isn't it? Feeling uncomfortable and recognizing things that I personally didn't learn about at school. And we were talking about different perspectives and encouraging our students to examine different truths. And I think personally that history has come a long way. Teaching has come a long way than perhaps we would okay, right. So enough. So I'm feeling very passionate about history after all those conversations and that thought. Okay, so those lucky people who only have 5 minutes or less to get to work in the morning, come move to the front left. If you have a bit longer, 15 minutes, front right. Back left is 16 to 25, and back right, well, those people have quite a long journey, 25 or more minutes, move to the back right. So we're going to shuffle around. Hopefully talking to somebody different this time. So turn to the person next to you. So we love history. It's an amazing subject, but what challenges are we currently facing in our classroom? So just next to you and discuss what challenges you're currently facing. Just in your classroom, so what's challenging?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So we've just got one more cycle to do. In a word, summarize a challenge you were just talking about, you just heard about. What would that word be?
As was engagement.
Engagement. Yeah, we were talking about anything other?
Quite different, but I'd say change. However,
Change in terms of
managing students then do their own changes and managing changes.
okay, as in with teachers. Yeah. Okay. So you've got a challenging department. Is that it?
Just at a middle college, you're a new principal.
Yeah. Okay. Anything other than that? Engagement, school change.
We talked about literacy as a way to keep students engaged and retained in the subject. So whether that be students with low literacy or an AL background, but they're very aware that they need to have strong literacy skills to history or to BC. And so how to make sure that they have a confidence in those skills to want history and succeed in history.
Yeah, that's a common perception of history, isn't it? If you're not good at essay writing, then it's not for you.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything else? Was your group similar?
Similar.
Yeah.
And then the reading aspect of it, which is
Yeah.
actually guide reads and have some knowledge behind all that.
Yeah. I'm sure differentiation plays into it a huge amount too. And we're talking about content, if that's maybe content in a term. What do
How
you
do you
do?
balance the skill, the content with the time frame?
Yeah. Okay, this is the last one. So thank you for airing all those challenges. At any time to raise something that you disagree with or something that doesn't fit quite right with you. We're going to look at some of the opportunities. So this is the last rotation, just by your surname. So hopefully you're coming here again. So left to data F, right to K, etc. You know now. And the prompt this time. So the prompt this time is, what do you love about teaching history? What's working well? What's been a great moment? What really gives you your passion for this? What do you love? Try and talk to somebody different if you can.
When kids understand something, and we change our ideas, it's still change it. When I was actually just standing up, see that.
And actually discuss it.
Yeah.
So they've been hooked.
Probably
I think it's getting this as a passion.
Yes, yeah, I guess that's a good idea to see.
So maybe
It was a very short, very
It's relevant. You can bring that.
Special requirements.
Uh, no, try. 7 to 12. 3,
And when you're ready, we can return to your seat.
Yeah, right. Oh, no. Yeah, so we're going to go first. That is the problem for all of those things. But what are you trying to
If you'd like to sit down.
Is that right?
So what did you hear? What do people think a lot about teaching history? What did you hear from others? Sorry, I told you to sit down. What did you hear from others in those conversations?
We just said that we think it's quite important that teachers that are quite passionate about history are actually teaching history, because that passion can actually shine through, and the students will be able to pick up on that and then hopefully organise something for them as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll talk about our experience in high school and how that's something that's happened for us and that it can happen for students as well.
Yeah.
That's quite important.
Hands up if you had an inspiring history teacher at school. Wow. I didn't. You didn't. I remember a lot of discussion about crop rotations in the medieval. Did you like what's that? What do we need to know about that? But interesting that a passionate teacher can have an inspiring career. So, anything else that we would like to discussion?
Learning design out. It's important.
It's very important.
Contemporary.
It's got me where I am today.
It's funny, so I was also in the group I was in, we were talking about the obscure obsessions that students can develop, elements of history as well, and they're so fascinated on certain things. Like, it's just so obsessed with war, and then something like, so how would they like use the toilet, and shower, and things like that? It was completely bizarre and all, but that was I wasn't ready for it, and so then I ended up doing some reading on it, and I thought, okay, this is a bit gross and weird. But
Works for a documentary, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So letting kids explore those unique interests. Eddie, you mentioned about history lending itself to project based. What do you see there as some of the benefits of,
I guess that type of student interested, and then if done well, it create gaps that let them go down those holes. The learning really meaningful to themselves. And also, I guess the strength of the discipline is that it is just so unfathomably huge that there is space for them to do their own research, be their own experts, bring it back and choose the master.
Yeah. So as the teacher, we don't necessarily, it's great that you read up on that. That's awesome. But you didn't necessarily need to, hey, because the students in the room can become the teachers if there's something they're really interested and passionate about. So how did that discussion protocol feel? I'm sure some of you have done that before, others may not have done. So take a moment to have a think. Would you have spoken to those people if you hadn't have been forced? Nicely, hopefully. And is there an opportunity to possibly use that in upcoming lessons? So you may you know, you could keep the surnames, you could do pizza topping, you could do whatever it is, whatever you might want to. What discussion prompts might you use? Has anyone used this in class? Happy to share that. What prompts have you used when you've used it?
Favorite cake flavour.
And then when they've moved to the corners, what was the question that you asked them to discuss?
I don't recall. I know it was English. It would have been something. It would have been like after school holidays or something like that. For them to reconnect.
Yeah, great. Okay, so that opportunity for reconnection. Has anyone used it with content?
Sort of.
Yeah. Alicia, you have?
Yeah, sometimes when you can add key players, for instance, it might be a case of analysing them. You know, which person would you like to have met the most if you could go back in time and actually more and discuss more about that person? They're really found interesting, things like that.
That's a great example. Thank you.
It's good for revision if you want to like rank something. So if you've got 4 ideas, 4 contested perspectives, then go possession, and then potentially have those discussions, such arguments, to try and convince people
To move to the different corner.
to get to the
Yeah,
different corner.
great. Do you remember the exact example?
Oh, I think with like revolutions at year 12, picking out a main cause and particularly trying to get that set up, and you can then use it in ranking sort of reasons, and that becomes the body of your essay and your structure, and building into that. But actually having that, and I think that's something we spoke about, being able to discuss your ideas, to show your knowledge, and then being able to transfer that as needed.
What do you think about that physical movement aspect as well when you're then in the exam, helping to remember, oh yeah, what was I thinking when I was over there in that corner? Like, for me, I think that plays a part into it too, weirdly. Yeah. Great, thank you very much for sharing those. Okay, so that ties in. Awesome contribution so far, and it's brilliant. And we've got some really, really nice intended outcomes. We want to connect with each other. We want to share ideas, learn about what's happening, and that's only going to happen if we are brave and ask questions. Ask for that email. We're all here. You know, as Daniel mentioned, that the power of the network is asking, isn't it? Asking for those projects. Can you share that resource, etc. Also knowing that, you know, we should be kind to ourselves. We're all learners here. We're all at different stages as well. We may have been doing this for a long time, and you know, also acknowledging that there's no perfect PBL unit. There's no perfect lesson. Let's all be real here. There's the humans that we're dealing with, so there's going to be lots of different things thrown our way. But if we're, you know, present and active, then hopefully we'll be able to get the most out of the day. And as adults, this one is left just for your own personal knowledge. I'm sure there's something that you might want to just leave at the door, just to bring your best self today. All right. So Troy, I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you so much for, telling us a bit more about Salesian and what's happening.
No, pleasure. Yeah, well, it's really great to have all of you here. So thank you all for making the journey out. I know some of you have come a little bit further than others. It's fantastic. I do want to start by just saying big welcome from our college principal, Mark Brockus, and our college executive. They're really stoked to have you here, as I am as well. And I also do want to just also begin with an acknowledgement of country as well, by acknowledging the Wurundjeri Wurrung people, which are the traditional owners of the Kulin Nation, which is where we are today. And in particular, where we are here at Winklesley, we also have some Indigenous sites as well. We've got the Bora as well, which are there. Is that right, team? Yeah. Which we've been able to visit with our classes as well. So we're really lucky to have such an Indigenous and important Indigenous site here on the college. So I'm thinking about history, building that community right in the rivers of management. It's not fitting that we're here looking at meeting of the minds and history, and just think about the immense history and the stories that these walls reflect. The immense amount of history on the past. So yeah, it's really fantastic to have you here as well. So as in here at Salesian College, in terms of PBL pre-2016, we were in the phase where we were building our engagement students. I've only been at college for the past 2 years, so this is technology as well here, and integration with PBL. Now, year 19, so did a bit of a trial of looking at PBL and what that's how we were a little bit. And 2016, 2017, we looked at projects in junior humanities. We did some informal work with as well. So, team Pacific being what one of the names offer if I get something wrong as well. And 2018, we joined the New Tech Network and we started the role on PBL. And that was right across year 7 to 9. Then 2020, we sort of focused in on elective classes, except for maths. We sort of using PBL as the primary form of our curriculum design. And 2023, this is probably the most exciting journey, which is what I really am going to talk to you today about. It's bringing history to life because as a team, we've got a lot of work around it. And we've got something that's called My Solution Passport, which is our step into a vertical curriculum. And show of hands, does anyone know what a vertical curriculum is? Does anyone have a vertical curriculum? Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. And yeah, interactive for it's sort of stage on age classroom environment, so multi-age classroom. And particularly for us as history teachers, it's really exciting to say we've been able to change the way we do the material together. Before I do go any further as well, I do want to sort of introduce the superstar historians in the room as well. It's Alicia Dodd, she's a pedagogy coach. Ryan Cat, he's also he's a superstar history teacher, and Sonia Issa as well, fantastic history teacher, bit of English as well, and in the mix. Ryan, he got married on the weekend, so congratulations. Just sort of put that one in. Got the advice for it about throughout the day. And Ryan also stepping into the role next year as well, so that's really exciting for us. So, in terms of My Solution Passport, vertical curriculum, and thinking about PBL, what is it really for us? It was taking those deeper learning principles that are and building them into what we do. And when you look at some of our project plans, you'll sort of get a bit more of a sense of what I'm talking about. And we did a lot of research around mastery, autonomy, and purpose, and really engaging our students. That was really fortuitous that a lot of you were talking about really engaging our students in the classroom and keeping them engaged and making them see that enjoyment. And that's really what pushed our move. And we also have some data around what we got from our Maxis survey and things like that that I can show you as well. And I chose not to because I'll focus on the history side, but essentially it does come to engagement and giving our students a lot more choice. And personalised learning, so that stage of age, taking our skill structures around the student, not cramming them into really this idea of PBL. And I think for us, allowed us a little bit of room to allow PBL to breathe in our projects. Would you say? Yeah, which has been really, really awesome as well. So this is sort of what it looks like for us. It's built on this idea of flexibility, allowing students a lot of choice, and we're sort of changing the way we do learning in school a little bit here. And it provides a bit more engagement for students. So we've sort of got our names: discover, explore, engage, focus, reach. So we're sort of teaching year 7, 8, 9. So that's sort of what we're looking at there, which is a little bit different and again allows us to explore the idea of having deeper learning in subjects. So if a student is, say, taking and engaged, they will sort of know what they're moving to. The learning that will be something that is really deep, meaningful, and they can really, really invest in what they're doing. Or if a student's sort of at the discover level, sort of exactly what it sounds like, they're just sort of dipping their tongue in as well. And if you're interested in this, I can share with you a lot more information about it as well. But for us, overall as a faculty, I just want to show you that, and I'll focus in on some humanities subjects, some history subjects. But for us as a learning area, this is where we're looking. We've been able to read, see 7, year 8, year 9, and sort of really attach to any of those. And really, today, in terms of projects you're going to be looking at, I want to focus in on dictators in destruction, diggers in trenches, and also knights versus samurais. So, very history-based subject. Previously, we've been able to really spend a long time in the space of our curriculum for the year. Nothing to add so far, guys? Awesome. Fantastic. I'm glad. So for us, history and vertical curriculum, just some challenges that I think we've sort of faced along the way. Transforming our projects. Say of a short length of a period to its subject. So it becoming its own fully fledged history subject that would then be broken up into two projects as well. And I've got there at the bottom, can a project be 18 weeks long? And this is a conversation I've had with Daniel for a while around why can it be, and I'm interested on your tables to get your thoughts on that as well. But also new staff as well. We have an influx of new staff, probably have at your schools as well, and getting them engaged with PBL beyond this is just a structure. What is it? I know when I started here, I was like, project-based, I sort of get what it is. I was trying to get my head around it a little bit, and then I actually sat down and chatted to someone. They said, this is what it is. And you probably face these things at your schools as well, where you staff are not quite sure when you're in and with what it is. So that's probably a big thing I would say for us, and is sort of allowing new staff to get an understanding for what PBL is as well. And giving our history subjects in particular, which allowing them to become that subject with those two projects, history skills, and allowing our students to be engaged. But thinking what we know about PBL, my question to you is, a PBL project, particularly history-based, can it run just 18 weeks? So if you think we've got the driving question, we've got the culminating event, and benchmarks and learning activities in the middle. Is that too long? Have a quick discussion on your tables for about 2 minutes, and I'll come back to you. I'll get you to share some thoughts.
What's the longest time for the last 5 years?
Tried to do anything.
Dial one back.
Just
So never want to intensify it. So
I was wondering, like,
yeah,
break up after,
yeah.
You're investing in history events.
scroll.
It's possible.
I would be really interested to see the vision there. Like in the some of the teachers,
It's why those benchmarks.
I think it depends on. Drives the whole unit, almost has
Oh, no, I couldn't design.
different things addressed in almost different elements from that question. Like it's in every single dimension.
We're not doing this a
I
lot
think
more.
as you said, multiple.
Which is probably a bit. We're not to, yeah, so we're leaving like the overview.
It kind of happened with choose. We gave it the option.
I think it's
And then Yeah. So it's really like that's 2-year 11 months.
Yeah.
They go to engineering and
Expand the history.
I think it would be things like well, and you show them, you know, just maps and do it with shine through and
Yeah.
rather than children.
Yeah.
Project studies, obviously. You know what project is. Just like a project from this out, students doing something. Run that's huge investment. Everything up. We want to just keep temporarily that long. Even more strong. So like,
We throw classes. Yeah.
Because that your benchmarks are great, because I think that we found because we started to be a program in 2017 and originally. And this every single year, doing like an exhibition, and there was such an involvement in this and stuff. Years later, what does that look like? That real, really,
just thinking about like an 18-week long project. I think when you do a year 10, which would be quite interesting, it's sort of we can sort of, so when obviously it's just in my head, you know, something like
So
that
it's
where you.
really great to be having good conversations. Which is, sorry, I interrupted you. Because of that, yeah. So it's really fantastic. So, we might start over here, because you're having a good discussion. What were your thoughts? What were some of the things?
I think that one of the things that came out was this would be, we couldn't see how it would be tenable at like year 7, for instance. Perhaps at year 10, it could work, but yeah, the junior years particularly would be difficult to manage, I guess.
Okay, yeah. And Zach was keeping them engaged and sort of and knowing your cohort. I guess I know, and that's what you were talking about a little bit.
Yeah, we just talked about how every project is different, every year level and school and topic, and it's not the ideal. It'd definitely be the exception, not the norm. But yeah, whether building those, yes, the ability to engage longer and to dive more deeply into something and sort of less focused around some of those, I guess, personality issues that are arising in a junior school classroom, group work and things like that. Once they've got some of those sort of skills, then potentially.
Awesome. Anything else there? Awesome. I had someone mention over here, I want to know who I'm working with. Is that right? Or, those 18? Yeah.
From the
Okay.
student perspective.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Really cool. Yeah. What was some?
Yeah, we're talking about the timing of it all, but so how would you time out the assessments and kind of make sure you keep them engaged? You know, you're going to double 5 weeks of content on them and then ask them to start the benchmark. So, you know, maybe breaking it up just kind of eases that cognitive load a little bit.
Yeah. Awesome. I think it's an interesting one that I thought I'd pose to you, and something that we're doing or we're not doing, but I thought it was an interesting discussion to have, as it was a challenge. We sort of grappled with. It wasn't just it wasn't unique to history. I know my colleagues in other curriculums as well, it was something that we were talking about because we had these fantastic ideas and the way that we would normally do our projects. And we sort of had to change the thinking behind that as well. So, and I guess they'll sort of come down to year number cohort and I guess year level, or in our case, lack of year level as well. We are going to have multi-age students in the classroom as well. And I think for us, that was probably one of the big things, is that the way we sort of deliver PBL, we had to think about in terms of history classes, sort of aiming our content, discussion with a few of you about this, aiming our content so that it would be appropriate for students of different ages. Well, whereas in the past, I'll go with this intro event or this activity that'll work really well. But if you've got, say, year 8 and a year 9 classroom as well, and if they're a little bit younger and they're not as mature, that might not necessarily work for them as well. And keeping them engaged, I keep coming back to this idea of engaged. That was probably a lot of the discussion that we had around what works and what doesn't work as well. So in terms of bringing history to life within our new My Solution Passport, you'll hear me say that a little bit, our vertical curriculum structure was recreating and sort of remolded the way that we do deliver history. It was exciting for us that those ones that I highlighted before, we were able to take, say, Knights and Samurais, and instead of it being sort of a very small sort of unit of work, we would just deliver to year 7, year 8? Year 8, yeah. That we deliver to year 8, that we could allow it to breathe a little bit more. We could explore ideas in a much larger context. And I know talking to two of the teachers that were putting that project together, they had some really cool ideas of how we could have a entry event that would be a lot more bigger and engaging than what we would have been able to do in the past. Because they said, "Oh, we'll have a lot more time to actually prepare and put this together, and it'll be able to connect with students a lot more," which is really cool. And seeing their passion for the way that we do things is really exciting as well. We were guided by VC and the Vic as well. So even though we do, and that was probably partly a challenge as well, I guess, we're sort of grappling with in terms of how we deliver PBL history units. We have a look at the Vic and sort of acknowledge that, look, we are going to have sort of this multi-age and how are we going to make this work so that we can say, and when Ryan's looking at it next year, can sort of rest easy in the knowledge that our new subjects that are aligned with their curriculum as well, which, in particular for history as well, which is sort of pulling out those strands and where they can work for us. We really tried to reflect that student voice. We have tried to give them makers, and so we've had panels reviewing our projects and giving us feedback as well. And as colleagues, we sort of peer reviewed our work as well, which has been really important. And I think for us as a faculty as well, getting people who weren't history minded to look at history and see what they thought, because often maybe it might be the geography teacher or the civics teacher that has an interesting insight into what we were doing as well. Subjects and project names, we're still sort of refining those, which you'll see in our planners as well. But we sort of come up with, I guess, whiz-bang names for our subjects, but then also the projects themselves, giving them a cool name. Again, coming back to the idea that will really hook the student, get them to really want to do this subject. And for us, that all of this work, and I keep talking about work, for us this year's looked like 5 vertical curriculum development days or My Solution Passport days where we sat down, generally on a project, look at this is what we have, and this is where we want to go, and working on those days to put these subjects together. So it has been a little bit of work, and it's still in progress for us as well. But I think we're getting to the point now where we are looking at resourcing and looking at lesson templates and things like that and how it actually work. So that's sort of the stuff for most of our history subjects as well, which is which has been fantastic. And for us as well, also, it's been a time of being able to look back, maybe that's not quite right as a benchmark, starting from there. When I was working with new staff this year on history stuff, I had to talk to them about what a benchmark could. I wanted to focus on this for a moment. Does, in your, give me a show of hands, does a benchmark have to be an assessment task? If you think it has to be, put your hand up down. Okay, awesome, fantastic. Yep, you'll pass that test. Well done. No, it's not. This was.
Is that a benchmark?
Yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And yeah, that's what we talked about that before. Yeah, that was probably the big thing, and I'd say, I know we've had conversations about this with other staff as well. Is the challenge, I guess, is a benchmark doesn't have to be an assessment, but we sort of have a little bit of a model here sometimes in some subjects, I guess, and learning areas that a benchmark is a reportable assessment task, and it has to be because this is something they need to get done. It took a little bit of time for us to sit down with our colleagues, and in particular myself, and working with them around a benchmark doesn't have to just be an assessment task. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. So that was really interesting to get your thoughts on that as well. And I guess I probably should put this in the challenge actually, but thinking about changing that mindset that some staff may have about a benchmark being an assessment task only. And that's probably a challenge that we've sort of had to reconcile, is when we've been doing this planning and making sure that we are sort of being PBL authentic, is ensuring our projects do have those benchmarks that provide the students that we're checking, but also having assessments that can be reported onto those curriculum standards I was talking about as well. So I guess our aims, vertical curriculum-wise and history, team, feel free if I've forgotten anything or if you do disagree as well. Providing students opportunities to invest in the learning about history. So we've really tried to drill down, because I talked about before, I mentioned allowing our subjects and what we do to be able to breathe and have space. That really, for us, is centering around providing students these opportunities that really does sort of give us and our students the opportunity to be immersed in the learning that they're looking at. So if you are looking at dictators and destruction, for example, you really do get to build that, you get to know these dictators and the destruction that occur. And really you're immersed in the actual experience time. Well, that was your subject, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Am I doing okay talking about it? Awesome. I tried to remember most of the verbs as well for that subject. I tried to remember most of the ones I was going to talk about today. And really providing an experience with these students that have picked this subject because it sounds really good. And they've read the blue and they're like, yeah, that'd be something I'd really want to learn about. So those sort of weird sections students might have as well, parts of history that they want to focus on. So that's sort of what we've tried to look at as well, because we all like history, that's why we teach it. So I've tried to sort of, what would interest us as a students, and playing on that as well. So that's been something. Active and authentic learning, thinking about writes and summarise unit, we would really want to have. And to see the teachers face a lot of which is medieval, it'd be amazing. We get Mr. Procus, the principal, at night, and then it can be the king, and all that sort of stuff. That would be, that I guess for us in our day-to-day, the way that we have been doing PBL, we may not have had time. We may have, but it could be a little busy sometimes to fit this sort of stuff in day-to-day and sort of coordinating as well. And creating artifacts, which has got something to do with that we've just done recently, actually, which is fantastic in terms of those culminating events as well. So enabling students to find answers, drawing conclusions, understandings. What does that sort of mean? I've sort of put that there, and I've said it. Does that just sort of mean that I'm just sort of that we're saying to them, here's what we've learned so far, just go off, do your own research, find your own answers. Look, I know you know that's not the case, but what that does sort of mean for us really, what we sort of do is do develop their knowledge of history through that conversation, through what they are doing, and being able to really drill down on the facts, the events, the key things that in history as well. I guess probably in the way that we do it, and bringing history to life for us is probably something I guess so we're all passionate about it. We do, but I did sort of want to ask my team as well. Brian, what would you say in terms of the work that we've done around PBL? What would you say your experience has been in terms of sort of involvement with the vertical curriculum? Because actually, so and he's I want to get your thoughts on it.
I guess with the kind of being able to redesign it, being able to kind of create a clear pathway, and kind of from year 7 up to year 10, and hopefully getting into EC, kind of like continuous story of history. So you're moving through the wars into the Cold War and then the rights and freedom John was writing, and kind of ensuring that we're kind of building those skills as well as getting engaged. So yeah, I think it's going to give us a chance to kind of relook at it and make sure that we're on the path.
Yeah. I thought you could hear from me, but they're the source to hear from them as well. Sonia, how's your experience been?
I think similar to Ryan, I think we get to see the positives of that. Saying the peer that we can't go unite, but to be able to choose the history they want to learn, and hopefully see that those numbers grow, and that we the numbers. Sorry, unite we did one class. There's only one 10 class, and the after actually doubled. So the idea is when we started really good in 7 and doing it right as possibly can, and hopefully that just continues to grow a couple of years. But
as well. I guess probably the big thing for us as well, in the way that we do PBL here, is that particularly in history, it's been about sort of building classes for us as well. Big is getting students into history, getting them wanting to do it, and then picking it the following year. And I know that's not always what it's about, but it's really great to see how numbers go. And I guess it's a testament to the teaching team that we do that here as well. But that sort of stuff, that learning journey that we are sort of providing to students as well. Now, Lisa's in a unique position. She was the curriculum leader for humanities, and she sort of did a lot of the ground building in our collision passport. So, what was sort of your experience? It's a passion. Was it easy?
Nothing's ever easy,
Yeah.
but look, we have a great team, and we really threw it open to the team to make the decision around what they thought was working really well, where there was room for improvement. We got a lot of student input and a lot of surveys and panels and staff speaking to their classes, and it was really a team decision as to what we implemented. We came originally brainstormed something like, I don't know, 3 times as many subjects as we ended up with, and we really narrowed it down into the ones that would work best for our group and our vision, and also taking things that we're passionate about, we could really put that expertise into to build an engagement.
Yeah.
And I think you're right with that second dot. We also really focused on the authenticity and how not only were students interested, but how to make it relevant to them in their lives now, but also in the future. So making those connections with the community and 21st century and the workplace, and that's not just a big thing.
That was
I think you guys about a decade ago now on your rubric development. How significant has that been supporting this vertical movement of students?
That work was great. So I'm not sure about the conversations, how it was mentioned, but I do understand that it was really useful in showing we have the progressive showing how students are moving from year level to year level, below, at, above, stand, etc. I think that was really useful in the stage that we're at. But to be completely honest with you, the rubrics are changing constantly. And as we move into the next stage, rubrics are almost being rewritten in a way. So
Surprise,
it's
guys.
still having, still having that idea come through and with that concept, but that's involved a lot of tweak on the way. It hasn't been with the other, it's been how can we make these two things work together.
Yeah, great question, yeah.
So rubric then lets you, like,
That was the initial intention, and in some instances it does, yes. You know, some subjects it is more so English, there's a language, and that's a 5-point degree English assessment task. It doesn't progress necessarily as where they sit on those 5 points. But other ones, yes, they are intense. We will be able to see development. Rubrics start at 6 before we go to that VC standard. That is the idea. The dream, the goal.
Yes, that's right, yeah, that is.
Can I ask a question about the student panels and feedback? What was I think it came out of what students wanted or
A lot of it was focused around that authentic and active learning, things that they really wanted to learn how economics was going to be relevant to them, how it could help them now. The subjects I think got the most traction were ones that really made them feel like it was valuable, even when it's, year 7, they wanted to be like, I want to focus on, I can build my resume, and how that's going to pay off for me when I can get a job. Like, they get so excited. So I think that was really good. What I think surprised me was maybe how much traction some of the lesser known subjects got. I guess there was surprised things like philosophy and being like, oh, we have a lot of philosophy in recent years. So that was really pleasing to see that they were happy to think outside what they'd already knew.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I guess student panels more that we've done like drafting our subjects where we're pitching to our we want to get something, but just didn't quite work out in the end. And it's really great to get the feedback from students where we said to them, it wants to be open to us what you really think. And we were getting, this is but particularly for us as well, this is really great, but I'd like to know more about how this works. So this would be an approach to work with, and this would be if maybe you did this as a student. And the panels that we did have, I'd said to them, we did say, really be the critical friend for us. So really giving them the voice as well. It was really interesting to hear something picked on they loved some of our more niche subjects that we're sort of moving into as well. Yeah. It was it's been really interesting. I think that's probably the big thing, which I probably should highlight a little bit more, but for us, I guess, particularly throughout this whole process, moving, particularly for us, so we've really tried to consider the student and voice. And I guess that's, would you say, guys, that's really driven what we're doing, which is really, really important. In terms of our rubrics as well, so that's surprise, but you probably know what's coming. It's probably going to be our next step where we do sort of develop things. So thank you for asking this question. Sort of informing with where we're going, I guess, in the plan so far. We have looked at so what could fit and the rubric there and how that does work. And I think sometimes we found maybe start again and change it as well, and because we do sort of have those can statements, maybe they don't apply to that, say, new history subject. I know against working with the team for Samurais, they really looked at the rubric and sort of said, oh, this doesn't fit our new assessment task. We sat there and tried to sort of map out what it could look like as well. And again, we are sort of looking at having those rubrics that will get a college as well, which will be really important. That'll be really cool, particularly if in terms of history, there are some skills each or multi-age classroom as well. We do have these rubrics that will make it easy for staff when they're working. So our LMS toolbox, when they are, it can be easily uploaded, it can be adapted to change if need be, and the language is clear, and we'll be able to do it by a multi-age factor. So it's probably the biggest thing that I know as a curriculum team, that's probably the biggest thing that we've been working on at the moment, around that language and those statements that can be accessible as well. So I guess also in terms of those last sort of two, so students finding answers and drawing their own conclusions, sort of a big thing we do, sort of find how to put it in terms of empowering students in the knowledge that they have in their understanding and how they can grow. And hopefully they can love history. I think is really, and probably a learning journey. If I sort of go the whole map that the humanities faculty, but for us, and particularly it is that learning that does start at the discover phase, and you sort of build from there as well. So it's really great, and that you are. So if you're a student starting at what we traditionally call it, you do have the opportunity to build on your skills through each subject that you do. You can focus in on history. It's really you have the opportunity. And I sound like I'm getting into it, which is really cool. And we do have theoreticals that if, say, Ryan, who's coming into year 7 here, and he's going to perform loves history to bits, but he also likes science. He'll be able to pick these subjects and sort of play his passions as well. There'll also be a tasting unit which sort of has all of our offerings across his faculty. But then from there, in that second semester, he can just build and move, which is really exciting, really. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Next question. So, are you facilitating this both on 7 to 10 timetable? Are they running? If so,
We're still sort of working through how the timetable is going to look, but it will give us greater flexibility in the way that it will. So each subject, so across that map, each to that actually. So to this, and allow each subject to move forward. So yes, in a sense, yeah, that's right. We're still working through the logistics, but we that sort of form that allows us to work within that. And there'll be a couple of extra periods different things as well. Not, I think we're calling him co-curricular sort of program for it yet. But that's why we'll be able to have students, if students need to see a sort of person sort of stuff as well. So that's how it's working. If you want more info, I can pass on.
what we've got on the spot. What do you do as a learning leader to stop taking dog and license? Stop looking at like your middle school stuff. We can see where it leads straight to 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you find that there is a tension between your senior and your middle? Senior wanting to skills and content that is from 1, 2, whereas we focused on learning the content of the age or specific stuff.
That's a really interesting question, actually. And I guess, because my simple answer is, I might not be the one you want, but the team that we have, we do work so well together. I haven't found that to be an issue. But because we do work so well together, we have avoided a little bit of that as well, right?
I teach the 1, 2 history, and we're also planning the year. Trying to get that out.
So you're in a perfect position to consider this then.
Yeah.
Do you slip in short answer response into those because you want that skill to class?
Yeah. So
But is it still the best way to resolve these projects or demonstrate that knowledge?
Yeah, probably I'm not doing it so much as the benchmarks. So yeah, with year 10 years, it's probably more like but it might be in different kinds of way. Like I think in year 10, but to create a pod, produce that piece of writing, but still in a different format. So that's there. 1, 2, Yeah, so it's not that big of a jump. That makes sense.
Maybe from a non-student-centred school, so we traditional approach, that's something that some of our staff struggle with, is the fact that we can introduce student-centred focus or skill, including skill development. I think some people struggle with the fact that one is just that the kids do what they want, whereas building those benchmarks and sort of prioritising those, whether they should be studying to write essays, things like that, is quite important.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of because I know you're sort of coming into it as well. That's the beauty of this sort of PBL model I've sort of found. Anyway, speaking of someone who's come into it fairly recently as well, it was really great to see the opportunity to have learning that are authentic, but it's not just the students just picking which parts to learn, that it still is structured in that sort of sense, and it can still be curriculum. And giving them those opportunities, to learn and grow, but also it's also student-centered as well, and about where they need to be as well.
Do you mind taking us through a project that you feel encapsulates that, or prepares them for those skills that they in subjects and also, but is also student-centered?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Could you tell us just about one? One of
Yeah,
your favourite projects?
Well, probably the one that I am going to center, and I'll keep it history as well. And I've talked about it a little bit, but it's I've been involved in some of the development, which as a different leader, I wasn't sort of right in there developing something. With this project I was, and it's a nice, and it is a nice first samurai one that I keep coming back to, because I know we've got a new teacher in that team, and I sort of threw her in the deep end with a more experienced teacher to work on this project. And we really thought about what do we want the students to be able to begin with. And it's really exciting. And so the event, which they still find shooting, but they would like, and again, I mentioned Mr. Rockers, so earlier, our college principal, they wanted to act as the king, I guess, in his court, for a room upstairs, it's sort of regal, which will be cool. And sort of starting at that point, and he's sort of giving the student, and he's sending the students on a quest for their learning, which is really cool. And I know Mark was doing so that he'll love that with junior students. That would be sort of centered at that 7-8 level as well. And going from there and sort of building in those skills, that looking at who would, and the principle of who would win in a fight of 9 versus 100 as well. And having the opportunity, we're starting to map it out of discussing when you've got army, who has better tactical skills, and moving forward that way. And then as a part of that, learning about knights of different time periods, and looking at the samurai as well, and who they were, what they wore, what they had experienced. And as a part of that, a benchmark would be create a dating profile for a samurai and make it sound appealing, which is a little bit weird and a bit different, or a Facebook profile as well. But in the same sort of way, looking at medieval knights, looking at the diet, could you eat milk, which tell you, if you know anything about it, it wasn't amazing. It wasn't palatable at all, actually. So, and looking at it that way, and then sort of moving through that learning process, and that's also based as well. I keep saying that. And coming towards that sort of that where they are getting to dress up, and they are creating products, and they're making things on that day, and we're still working out whether we get someone to help us do that, or with the staff to do that ourselves, which maybe, we're not quite sure, but this sort of exemplifies what I was talking about, because it's fueled by the passions of the team. And it will allow the students to explore their learning what they want, and they're able to direct their learning and what they're doing in that unit as well. It's also make sure we're checking off on this benchmark. Oh, we've got this assessment that we can do that as well. And it's really exciting, and then they sort of split as the two projects as well. So knights and samurais in those two different ages as well. I hope that was a good answer. Yeah, it's a really good project. Yes.
Do these subjects sort of fit quite neatly into like history?
That's right. Yeah. sort of looking at it here. So yeah, our cities are sort of geography, money makers, economics, and business. I think I got that right. Yeah. And we've got some others up there. So legal. Yes. Yeah, legal as well. Yeah, and show me the money and the route to invest it. Sort of coming back to the economics side of it as well, and then extended investigation. We run that here. It's a side on the microscope. Building it's like a little taster for sociology. Sort of building it that way. Also, and sort of objection writing. You can sort of tell from the names a little bit as well. So, yeah, they do sort of fall into those strands as well. Yeah. Did I miss anything? Yeah.
I think one of my teaching here at here is introducing the students to those key historical skills and actually getting them to know what those things are. So what historical significance is, what change of continuity is, and cause and effect, for example. So if they get that early on from year 8 and they're in digs and trenches, and they're introduced to those things, concepts, it's going to hopefully retain it as they go to level they get to 11. They've been exposed to it. So I think it's good for them. I think that's the students, they have no idea before. So give those key terms and then the next stuff. Action.
Yeah, so I think that was a big part of it. So that top down to the model, so building these skills at the very beginning. Sort of our PBL model does really allow us.
Also, some of those things are in a way that they can lead into multiple pathways. So you've got definitely the economics and business strand, but that means that a subject might go into economics, business management, accounting, any of those three.
That's
and
right.
Society of the Microscope does philosophy and sociology. Yeah, and some of the history ones have elements of politics. That's linked together. So there are elements of multiple subjects that are encouraging you. It's not just a straight stream.
What I might even do as well, I'll put our subject cam, which is interactive, and it does, if you hover over subjects, it does show you potential pathways as well. So I'll share that with you and as well. It does, in terms of what we're doing, not strictly history, but it'll give you a better idea of how we're doing as well. And feel free to use a pension, whatever you might do. This is sort of us, and I guess in terms of history, it's exciting for us because I'm really excited because I love history. We're able to have more subjects in time. Give them more attention, love, and care. I guess it's probably the nicest way. These also, they've worked on other subjects to put their passions into, and they've put a lot of love into it as well. So across the day, please feel free to ask a question if they don't want to say that. But they also what they do as well. I guess probably for me as well, I haven't had the opportunity to teach history this year. So it's allowed me to sort of have that step back. I think that's really sort of live vicariously a few years ago. Which has been really exciting, and what they're doing in projects as well. Actually, you think, oh, that's really cool. This would be so cool to teach. I can't wait for it in that sort of sense as well. But this is sort of where we're at in terms of our journey in a way that we sort of do history here as well. And I guess probably one final thing I sort of leave you with is that this whole push that we're on in terms of our isolation pastoral curriculum has been about that student-centered engagement and that learning. And really, we wouldn't have, I talked about statistics and data, we wouldn't have made this change if we didn't think it would benefit our students. We wouldn't have spent all that time developing these subjects if we didn't think it was going to have a better outcome for our students. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that we've always remembered, and I think sometimes we can lose sight of it a little bit, is that the students are at the centre of what we're doing, and that's really driven our team. It's been great that it has sort of worked for us as well, which has been really great.
What's the response been to my?
It's been pretty much positive, mostly positive actually, and we've had to sell a couple of parents on it, but otherwise, once we do sort of sit them down, we show them, take them through it. Really great. And we share a little bit about the parents and who they are. So if they might be, say if I've got a bit of background to that, might lean towards humanities, I might come along and chat to them as well. Sort of get them on board with what we're doing as well. And hand on heart, it has been really good And our parents have sort of said to us, oh, we send our kids to Legion because you have that choice. The fact that you're doing this is amazing. And we think this is going to be really exciting. Some parents are a little bit nervous, but particularly when I think about our new setting cohort for the following, for next year as well, because they sort of will be diving right into this. And it's something that's it's been nervous, because, oh, it's different. But none of them have sort of said, oh, we're worried about this. But they have said, oh, it might be a little bit nerve-wracking for us in how we do it and how my child reacts. But otherwise, it's been something that's been really positive, and they have been able to say that. We've got all these subjects now. It's crazy that you can, and I'll be honest with you, maybe not all of them in our timetable will get up on the run, but it doesn't mean that they might run in semester two or they might run in as well, which is really important. That's really cool to know as well that we are sort of building it. Maybe some of them might change. Things might morph and develop as well. So
So it's all that Year 10 curriculum, what's it being taught now? It's just blocked out. So like show me being taught.
So some of these year 10 subjects, yes, some of them are being taught already with different names and in a different way. So showing the money, we sort of developed something that we've called, we sort of changed, repackaged. Yeah. So yeah, and that's the thing I should also add as well. Some of these subjects, they come from what we currently teach, particularly in history, and we've been able to grow and change it. That's we've been able to add to it, which has been really cool. Yeah.
We were kind of going to share a couple of projects for us to
Yes.
analyse and critique after modelling team, amongst other projects, including yours, Eddie, as well. Thank you for that. Are there the projects from these three?
Yes, that's where they're from. Yeah.
Great. So can you tell us which ones?
So we'll be these three actually. That's why I thought I'll focus on them, and that's why I'll talk about them. People that develop those projects in the room as well, except I was involved in that.
Yeah. A bit more, then we're going to actually.
That's exactly right. Yeah, yeah. And if you're interested in any others as well, I'm happy to share them with you as well, if you would like to as well. Yeah. But otherwise, everyone, thank you so much for your time. I know I've sort of talked at you a little bit, but I hope you did feel it was more of a conversation that you felt you could interject and have and have a chat to me and ask questions as well around all that, like these guys. So feel free to come and have a chat to me and sort of pick our brains, and particularly pick my brain from a curriculum leader's perspective, and Alicia's as well, on that early development of it also, around sort of how we sort of shape that vertical as well, and how it sort of worked for us. And I'm not going to lie to you, that hasn't been 100% easy, and sort of selling staff on it as well. A little bit hard at times, but otherwise it's been an overly positive experience in the sense that it's tested. It allows us to develop our passions. And, yeah, we really love history, so I hope you did find something useful out of that as well. But yeah, thank you.
Right.
Yeah. Morning tea should be arrived. If you have dietary requirements, you should be catered for.
Before we get to that, we're just going to, I guess, have a little bit of a talk about the context for the conditions for deeper learning. I've got a photo here of my she's a Year 12 student from a refugee family. They are part of the Western Sydney Catholic South Sudanese refugee community, and they're supported by seemingly an incredibly hardworking 80-year-old Jesuit nun who is trying to support them. They've seen a huge attrition rate amongst these families going from school to university. If they get into university, don't tend to see it. So they're recruiting people from all walks of life, different professions, etc. It's been a real privilege to get to know these families, and Magda is currently going through the entry process for university, and these are the kind of things that she's being asked. So before she's got anywhere near her HSC, this is the kind of things that we're trying to develop some answers for. So helping them think about these study strategies and can share interviews from the University of Wollongong. So they're interested in motivation and passion, so what's influenced her decision to pursue her course. Communication and collaboration, so time when she's worked with her goal, and her planning and persistence for those strategies, and a time when set herself a goal and worked really hard to achieve a good result. So it's useful sometimes to think about these questions and what we're actually preparing our students for, because no doubt plenty of your students that are choosing history and that university. So this is the university. Wollongong, as I mentioned, it's universities across the country / world that are asking these questions in advance of looking at any kind of academic results. So this is nice because this backs up our for exploring deep learning, the opportunities that provides. So essentially, talk too much about it. We're looking to move away from knowledge acquisition towards knowledge creation, from delivery to inquiry, from working in isolation towards collaboration, and from preparation for the work in the world to enable our students to have some really meaningful answers to those questions that they're going to be asked by employers and post-education system. So many of you will be familiar, I'm sure, and you can tell us off the top of your head the 5 conditions for learning. For those of you that are not so familiar with it, the tech model of apprentice learning really encourages us to look for these indicators of deep learning. The first one, the work that our students are engaged in, so not necessarily even in any standard lesson or in any standard week that you're seeing your students, is the learning focused on what makes a difference in the students' lives. The students are active in their learning experiences, are designed to learners' questions, pursue the facilitated exploration, a lot about that, and the opportunities in history. It's relational, so learners have the opportunity to discuss the content with one another and work together to tackle those challenges. The learning is responsive, as mentioned. Already the need for education and the literacy support that's essential in this subject area, but really knowing as teachers where the students are at through formative assessments. And finally, that the work is actually challenging open-ended problems or projects that require collaboration, teamwork, and sustained levels of inquiry and complex. And that discussion about 18 weeks and how much can be just sustained over that period of time is an interesting one. So in terms of today's focus, the driving question I kind of landed on today and change it, amend it, was something around how might we by focusing on /authentic learning experiences. So we return to this one. So I mentioned before about learning focused on what makes a difference to students' lives or community. Also building on previously learned skills or content being reviewed and built upon in support of application of those skills. And the idea of student voice and choice. Even if they don't have the ability, as we've just seen, the proposed book, to choose the subject that they want to work on, how can you in a traditional system, how can you provide that element of student voice and choice within the setting for all the 7 that really get kind of thing. So learners suggesting and making decisions about what occurs in the learning experience and different pathways for demonstrating their knowledge.
Can I share a really quick story?
Yes.
And I've got a really good student in the class. She sits by herself, and the other day, a couple of weeks ago, she said to me, I'm really interested in ancient Rome. My mother is Ukrainian and my father is Russian, and I do that history for what we study. Then I had to stand back and say, we're going to have the student setting, but I actually said part of it. And that, I go ahead and encourage them to say this. I look after humanities, and I probably could have to my team and said, what do you think about that? But I didn't. I actually said to her, no. And so now she's sitting in a classroom studying in Rome, where it's a passion. Her authenticity would be best served for that Eastern European.
Back to get really high for doesn't it? That's okay. We're learning, aren't we? I feel the same way. We had a student who was always distracted, always a bit disengaged. 3 years ago, he left school and he was doing a podcast company. And he said, I'd like to do a podcast about PDA and can I come and interview you and Brad? And so there we were in Brad's kitchen, and he answered some questions, and he did this beautiful video, and it was, did a really good job. And I said to him, you weren't very interested in actually dismissing that. And I said, if I had got a photographer to come in, instead of a university lecturer to come in and help us, with our project, do you think you'd have been more interested? It was such an opportunity that I was always focusing on external experts for the content and making it, this is why we need to learn French. Really, so it's funny, isn't it? We all those opportunities, but that's
It is,
yeah. and that student's still getting through it.
Yes, she's doing action. I don't know if she's happy, but no.
But for next time, maybe there's something there. Okay, so we're going to find support for all technologies. Eddie, I know that you asked a great question years ago about how projects that we are running with hundreds of year after year. We have all the kind of essential elements of project-based learning in there, some kind of meaningful culminating event. And how do we make that meaningful? Kind of prove to the kids you're doing this. And it's run year after year, and how do we give that actual meaning in terms of the student's lived experience, especially when we might not be as cool, as relevant as we might like to be. And the students now post-COVID are also different. That's what we're hearing all the time. So this hopefully might provide a little bit of structure in terms of this abstract concept of meaningful and supportive learning. So have a bit of a look, and so read each one of these sections. So we've got this personal relevance, community impact, connections to the discipline, and audience. Yeah, if you want to move so you can see. Yeah, feel free to grab that one. And one thing that jumps out to you, if you just want to make a note. What stands out to you and why? And you're ready to share with the person next to you.
Yeah.
Could be, you know, I mean, how
Well, I think,
students,
and so it's about
in terms of the, and
unless it's.
we do.
It's very clear. Yeah, just.
Not just
How to, that context, how to. But they could be. Yesterday.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
I think the thing that's jumped out at me is that the focus is on the student story. Like they're being stories, you know. So yeah, I think the idea of it's going to be students inaccurate.
I think you can kind
I think you mentioned that teaching is explicit. And then
even with yes, so many different variations. I don't think that would be. I was going to one is one. It's going to be it's not ultimate.
It's also yeah.
Yeah.
So let me try to use that to get.
That's right. Yeah,
Curation.
about, that's great. How do you
We might just put a pause. Conversations. This is going to be our structure. We're going to keep coming back to today. These are just some initial things that we're going to do. Would anyone like to just share initial thoughts on that? What jumps out to you? Just have just a quick summary. So what was in there? There's a lot. Alyssa, you mentioned the word community.
Yeah, I noticed that it's in all four of those rows. And so you have, especially in the transformative area, and the one that doesn't mention community is about experts in the discipline. So to do this effectively across any of those areas, you need to not only be making relevant real-world connections with like your authentic texts, which we do in those conversations about relevance, but you need to actually have those connections with members of the community. And so then we spend a bit of time talking about how we're in a really great position. We have someone whose role it is at our school to build those connections that we can go to and have that conversation. Do we have existing connections? Do you have any suggestions where we can reach out to? We talked about how we can make it relevant to groups that we could be in touch with in terms of not only content but skills. So you might not be able to find an expert on ancient Egypt, but you might be able to find an expert in archaeology and find those things. Which, yeah.
Anyone else like to jump in with something that stood out? Maybe even a frustration or something you disagree with? Cool.
It's an absolute age-old challenge.
Yeah.
You know, like I was saying, like that first project we did at St. Paul's way back, high hopes of, you know, and Clinton Gray and I went off and this computer company talked about it, just sand through your head, just built to pieces. It's just issues of scale, issues of then versus what's in the quid pro quo. Yeah, really difficult space to work in. Based on the size of your cohort, across years.
That's specifically in terms of the external experts.
Yeah. Sometimes even the audience. You know, parents have seen their son or daughter do a presentation the previous year. Like, here we go, back to school. I just, you know, I've been very envious of some of the NTN members over in the States who are just running their own little program in their own little country town. You know, it's just them, 26 kids, they develop it, contacts.
The alternative.
The alternatives are cracking fighting minutes, but I think that you've got to find a sustainable balance.
Yeah.
That's right. And sometimes you're bringing in guys, you're having it. There is no, we just went for the standard of trying at least one genuine, non-simulation based final product per year. So we would say that creating a virtual website for Australia and saying every humanities learning area has a virtual website, just like every other has a creation storybook. Like it just seems to be like just happens. Like, those are fine. You've just got to try and get at least one per year you would realize.
Yeah, I would agree. To try and do everything in every single project, I think, to be what people as well. So yeah, how do you show the one that is really sprinkles.
That's right.
And then other ones, there'd be elements. Wouldn't there? In any project, you're not going to get everything into the transformative product. That would be. But if there's sprinkles here and there, that's better than what you're going to get. Is going to be better than.
And sprinkles here and there might seem like not a lot for us, but if that's true across all the areas for a student, that's 5 or 6. That's certainly a lot more.
And in terms of community, so I think my thinking has shifted a lot in terms of authenticity and authentic learning. From what I've seen and talked to projects, they like it when it's about them. So if you're trying to tap into the community, having to be into their own family, finding out their own information. So that's readily available, isn't it? And then there are always opportunities for parents to show. As a parent, I like hearing those kind of things. That it is part of it. Things that are relevant to the student's lived experience, I think, is where we should be really putting our attention to talking to them, hearing their voices. We've heard about getting parents involved in the project design process, the student voice. So that's something that is down the road because kids walk past every single day. History about that, helping them, and then their own family. That I think is to not put another load on you as the teacher, but also a pretty good point of view in terms of what students tell us. They like it about okay, so on the agenda, I think it was, there was no instructions on how to get here and parking. Find that, and if anyone can provide it to me. There is a copy of this section of authenticity, and also a link to the. So Troy, you just sending that to yours. And the agenda. Do you have the agenda on your laptop?
I should, yes.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. That's it.
I did have it open, so the computer's going through a phase where it restarts at the moment. So
Oh, okay.
maybe when I've reopened it, I haven't opened it again.
Do you mind getting that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you, Troy.
No problem.
So all of these things are linked in the resources. So I've mentioned there, you've got the spectrum of authenticity, that's what we were just looking at. And then just below, we've got the project examples. I've got processing mapping 2 Salesian ones that I'm going to add to the folder. That will take you to this Google folder, which hopefully you can access, which has a number of different projects. Some of them from engineering exemplars. Others have been over the years. There's a year 1 project, which may well be interesting just to have a look at. There's one project. There's Museum Night. And I'm going to add these 2 Salesian projects too. So your task is to have a read through. So we'll have 15 minutes reading through the projects. And then you're going to have a 5-minute discussion. rating each of these projects and ranking them in terms of authenticity, using the spectrum of authenticity. So where does each fit on the spectrum of authenticity? And you need to be able to justify your reasons with evidence. So 15 minutes of reading time. The challenge then is to come to a consensus within your group. So we might break off into two groups at each table. Okay, hopefully everybody's got the folder open and is able to access the projects.
So what were the total number of projects that you did?
7. Oops. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, I touched it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So I will add those other two. Feel free to just skip me because there's often quite a lot in the project plan.
If you look at our projects from here, you'll notice that our project planner is based off what the NT one as well. Change, rebatch it. So I think it's
Does anyone need help accessing the agenda or links or anything?
Oh, no, just a straight screen.
And I should also add as well, everyone, if you do happen to look at a solution one as well, I did want to mention as well that you may notice there may be some gaps in there because they still aren't. This is what I'm actually.
projects.
Sorry?
There's 2 projects. And that is one. So leave that one there. And then what are these?
Back to there. So how many projects? Yeah.
So those two.
Okay. So they're essentially 2.
That's right. Yes, because I'll give them the same.
What are you talking about? Museum,
Okay, the final list of projects is now in the folder. So if you want to refresh that folder, you should now get 2 added Elysian projects. If anyone has any questions about the, just reading the project toolkits, please just shout. We have about 10 more minutes before the quick discussion.
yeah.
Yeah, not as much though. Yeah. I feel like that needs to do
There must be a difference.
that sort of stuff.
Yes.
The Salesian ones are only work for the Salesian stuff.
Which one? This is the format we'll put out. Yeah.
That was the really nice one.
Both of them are.
That's good. What did you download
Put
it?
them up now, I read, I think, download it.
We were given 2 downloads, and we had to do.
Yeah.
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 subject.
We've had trouble
And
with
that probably
project plans since.
So I can try on this and then we just use those. No, no, wait.
Which is the right answer.
Yeah, yeah. And it is in teams too, you don't usually do. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because there was more blocks in there, so she actually. So,
Well, they're now in there as PDFs. The formatting is slightly, it's not ideal, but you can, it should be good enough.
Yeah, it's a big one.
So, man, you should be able to access most of our solution ones. I do apologise about the formatting. We had issues with our project plan and the format. So, and because there was other work I didn't consider, but we got right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So a reminder, as you're reading these projects, where do you see these different elements of authenticity coming in or perhaps not coming in? Just let me know when you've read, had a, you know, a bit of a glance through each of them and you're ready to discuss. Ready to discuss what we've seen? Yeah. So however many you've read now, that's fine. So just focus on those ones. So we might break up into 2 groups and on each table. So it's just a group of 3 discussing. And so your challenge then is to reach a consensus. So which do you think is the most authentic based on the spectrum of authenticity, and why? Which would you say might be the least, and where do they sit? And you've got 5 minutes to do that. Just not very long.
Yep, okay. I like elements of all of them.
That's
I think it's
During that one, yeah.
I've heard that one before, so yeah, that was one that really sold me on project excellence in the first place. But the ability to research and then conduct it and build different groups. I do like your samurai and
Which is
warriors, yeah. So we've done something similar, but instead of comparing 2 different parts of the curriculum with COVID background. But we've written it in such a way where there's a lot of choice. So last year we had a lot of boys in particular choose castles and do that comparison there. But the whole comparative idea, I think that's something that comes through, and it's a way to make it authentic. And it allows them to make that comparison. Like I said, the best thing, the way you guys do it, is you compare some historical things. Instead of the challenge of the way we do it is sometimes the focus doesn't go into historical knowledge and understanding, it gets yeah.
But I do like the idea of comparing it now.
Yeah.
The one that's like comparison
Yeah.
between COVID like that.
Yeah.
And then looking back on it would be so much better if we kind of dive deep.
Yeah.
Or dive deep in it a little bit more. So I do like that.
And it allows us to, I think yours does a little bit as well, it allows you to really focus on those BC skills, change continuity, cause and consequence. So by looking at those 2 things, what, and I guess Eric's question Saturday, what is state history? Issues of why we are where we are today. What's that different then? We get rock state approaches. So what is that? That's how, yeah, that is like changing. What do you guys think in terms of
I was quite happy on Remembrance Day one as well.
Yeah,
And,
the one.
yeah, and I guess my thought was, anything with you, if this is to run over and over and over, are you going to have the same audience
yes.
for the Remembrance Day, or is that something that can be changed over time? I know the intro event wants to have, was it the RSL members of Arthur will already returned to RSL on what commemoration meetings then, but what, could they come back for Remembrance Day and then they present to them at the end, and they encourage you to see that then focus on it started, and then they come back to it, so they can present to return service.
Yeah.
Something like the idea with the students able to budget into it, and actually I like them too with the individual, so that gets the individual and commemorate them.
Which is really lovely. It's like a cool community aspect of it.
I like that,
Yeah, it's an interesting one. My question for that would be particularly like our school, 7 or 8 groups through at a time, not strictly 2 semesters. When we say it's good for semester 2, I saw that, but I think that's semester 1. They have 2 different arrangements and how would that work? Just what that looks like. I actually like what you get into, not just what it was, what the, the photo session, how that works, and actually being able to build that up and doing that system presentation. And I guess you can do commemoration through that. You're not being pigeonholed into it. So like I know we're looking at redoing our history, how we're doing history in 1910 because that stuff changes in timetables and stuff like that. I like with the through to there and stuff, using it as a driver, but again, that's very time specific. How do you make that workable within the school year?
I think I liked the essay one. I think it was the one museum night.
Yeah.
I really like that. I think as I was reading, I think it was a very recent part of the essay.
Yeah, it was museum night project that once.
Yeah, so I think that's the thing. I think they're always going to work. So I think the idea was really great, but I think I was looking at the important due dates, and they're all very close together as well. And I guess I wonder if the students have the opportunity to be able to really
See, that was mine before, yeah, with the due dates, like, is it?
I wonder how long they are, and it's probably here somewhere else. I don't know, really read it in detail, but I really like that idea of museum night. I think it's really good, and they know they're working towards something straight away.
Yep. And that's where you've got that, I guess, you've got the scope within there, like more diversity in what they're doing. So what nation they're coming from, what event they're talking about. And it's going to allow them to drive into it. My question with all these is, this is what I think all my colleagues get stuck up on, is how we teach the curriculum and how you're covering that. So if you focus on one, what are you doing? Is that your first benchmark? Are you doing background? You're trying like 2 or 3 lectures? Or are you starting with drive question, doing your learning log, and then you're going, okay, I'm going to find stuff out. We've got more. We'd like to have our entry events. So like with our medieval, we used to do virtual tour of the castle in Ireland, and then go around and learn on sheet, and then go to the rest from there. But how does that work? How does that relate itself?
It'd be nice to be able to
That's right.
Yeah.
Why is this road called?
Yeah, and that's like we do a lot of that stuff. Being where we are, the more stuff we can do online, the better. The challenge that I'm finding now, compared to say we started doing it 5-6 years ago, is the kids are nowhere near as excited about it because they're just running for it. Those kids, it's normal for them. Which sort of takes away from that hook. So we try and do it at our organisation unit. And again, it has its place, but it's just like YouTube videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Increase or decrease the burden of.
That's what's interesting.
What happens
Because
is
it's
the same burden
snappy and
on that.
And that impact on it.
I wonder how would interview lectures about the respect on the moment, because all of that really community engagement sort of stuff, how would they do it? Would the kids just go out to the community? Would they sort of arrange like focus groups? I'm looking at the story behind monuments one. Would they, like, how would it work? Like, do they have direct local access to that local community?
I'd assume so, because maybe day 11 is planning, so maybe that they're kind of introduced to that might be early on.
But yeah, so that's what I mean, yeah. So is that something the kids are finding?
But obviously doesn't.
I said if the students are presenting on scientists to listen to investigation police, if they've got to find someone that knows about what they're talking about to help mark their work. Like, this is the structure as well. They need to find not just to bring them in and
Maybe people
I
are
was
starting
arguing
point, and then
propelling kids to
giving them a starting point
Yeah.
for them to find themselves. There's so many different resources we have now. I have experience in like connect to the survivor.
Yes.
To maybe the email and like can I connect with the survivor during this time, and they'll email you back, and then you can email the
Yeah,
survivor,
okay.
which is fantastic.
Yeah, cool.
That's just one example. That's just what else can you talk about for? You can't be depending on, but
help overcome some of the struggles that they were talking about earlier, where it's so hard to get
and every
someone to speak to.
community has
One
a
group of students, when you're able
think
to
there will be
select which groups you
opportunity
want to
to
connect
connect.
to. It is a little bit easier to get into.
what happens is you get kids that don't want to do it. Like, what if someone just doesn't need to, you know, because they don't want to do that. Can you pivot and give them something else that's similar?
That's the thing, that's like, if we, I heard the idea, do we give education too much agency to do this and to start? Someone's going to be exhausted and not want to come. We still need to be able to push them.
I think that's where the scaffolding comes to that. That's thinking about the differentiation you're giving. So, and that's what I'm finding, particularly with my year eights, if you're driving, but at least there's still that element of them doing it. And it comes over that little bit. And it gets a little bit like
How life is.
it's half of it. In reality, at least they're still having a chance to show what they know. It just really right, it takes over the elements to do this, doesn't it? Yeah. But then it's that catch-22.
Do you find they're relying on you though? If you give, so I give sentences as well,
Yeah, yeah.
they're relying on you now, they know you now after this and stuff.
It's right. I think it's one of the best teaching history. We've got so many different scaffolds, whatever it is. So we want to do our slide diagrams, we can do courses, we can do. So you've got time to
Also geography too.
keep it varied, so they don't know what to expect. Like I know, we've just done our civics in our constitution referendum, and they'll do their podcast tour this week, and all about benchmarks and things, sentence tag things. And it's been a really good chance to actually figure out what they know. It's like none of, I've got one kid and he's had double majority right, and I didn't teach it really clearly, but also no one read the information.
Yeah, okay.
So then you get the chance to come back to it later and actually work through it that way, which I think again, you have those kids that they're not necessarily good for themselves. When you have that whole class instruction trial, it doesn't disappear. You have a chance to do that there, challenge.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, yeah. It takes a while to be to implement as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of them don't want to open up.
No.
At all. So preventing providing information like skills and ways. One thing I want to do this year, which is really good, my kids about a continuity change that might be like. Like having my iPhone, for example. And I've got like I always get an old phone, and I have like an old Motorola flip phone. And like, well, what's changed from this? Why I have certain things, or got rid of certain things, and trying to think about something else. And then putting that together.
It should
Because of, history. So applying to themselves.
Through text.
And even like a medieval medieval actually two photos of people, and one was medieval doctor and one was COVID doctor. I was like, what is the same? Yeah. Maybe
I was
same
always-
concept, it's different.
Yeah.
And they were like visually understand that as well.
Yeah,
I read that.
I know during lockdown, it was really hard, like we did asynchronous timetable, so we attended their lessons that we were at school.
You sort of like.
Started each lesson and they are challenge. So there was one, a wine bar in Venice or somewhere. But I had the bars up from the 14th century, so they didn't have contact with each other. I did things in this, and my older responses were, they're giving out their medicines or they're giving out whatever.
Text.
Need something like that, like that. It's actually coming out of something. It's still in there. And then you make that connection.
It's insane.
And build it up, yeah, so.
This
I
year
don't, they don't think about
is
that.
able to make what we
When you
want.
say it to them.
What we want to do, they by sort of forcing a text in there.
They're not actually
Like,
applying it.
And that's, again, you think about TA key skills, which is ultimately what
you
we're
might have
sort of
done
going
this
towards.
student.
There's that
The guys,
there's that knowledge.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you take the continuity and what's the consequence. So
Holocaust.
the better you do that, the better
range of different
Exactly.
texts.
overall. So
That's the thing, we don't want our students to be, we don't want to be area projects either.
No.
So we don't want them to have fun
I think
all the time.
No.
And they get to be feeling like, screw them.
Yeah.
They're actually knowing or how to do
Yeah,
stuff
I think we
by
have.
themselves.
With the
It's
text.
finance, we've got to make sure that's balanced. It works out well, but.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think also the motivations. So I think you guys have a fairly similar socioeconomic cohort to what we've got. All their kids and what they've got to what else they want to do. And they start pushing themselves there early. So we get history and our hum space. Eco-business management, of course, pretty popular. Accounting, popular. Our science is good, but our more worse.
Yeah.
Humanities, typical humanities subjects we struggle.
Maybe it's
So I've got 5 points in history.
You're running the subjects.
Yeah, well, I'm doing 2 plus ones.
So we've got one big conversation happening here. The time now is, the challenge now is to reach a consensus on your whole table. So you've got 5 minutes now to share your justifications and see if you match up. Can you find like a top and a bottom at least perhaps, and why?
What do we think? Yeah, I think they all work very, very fast.
Nice.
I guess in terms of where they fit on the spectrum. Yeah.
Because there were so many opportunities to engage with the community and in the schools to people as well. Like the fact that they did repurpose that presentation for the commemoration. There's been so much input from experts on being involved in it outside of the school as well.
Ryan's a fantastic.
Very encompassing.
Yeah, and the day after that, yeah.
That was the museum.
And I've got a keen interest in it.
What did you think?
I really like that. I project. I really liked that. I think it's a project now. I know common event involved presentations to local student members. I think in both of my areas. And we should get the student aspect, college students aspect, identities and cultures, representing students' lives. And I think with both projects, they probably have the opportunity to do that. Students who might have history with thousands of unserved or probably use those members to commemorate them, bring the benchmark too, I think, which is really good. Collaboration is very prominent in the subjects from community
Yeah, to
factors,
strengthen that project, which we unfortunately.
building self-awareness and community and all contributions to others. I think they're all towards the
So like all sit down there.
mostly the ones that I read, I didn't get a chance to read all of them, but and obviously there's always opportunity to kind of expand it further. I think I said for the little one, I think the entry back to have
The
the
final
pastors
product.
meant to come and speak, and that's one different background and then be part of the comedy event with the students present now what we've learned about, as well as the juniors and seniors.
Very specific, so it's all the resources are there.
I think we're pretty much the same with the ones we agree on. It's the same ones that's I think more much better schools applicable. Might be more of that, the monuments on the start, create a monument. I think it's going to be really cool. We'll use American Australian context, like they'll talk about civil war, and that's probably more of the teaching and states in a place like Australia. But we don't send like fun test station ideas.
What does that look like?
I
think sometimes one's a role play.
How, like, obviously the purpose behind creating the monuments, but is it going to transform?
As a teacher.
You want to be doing a lot of extra work behind that to be able to be transformed.
Yeah.
It's still
sitting on
still its place.
Yeah.
It's still a good project. It's just probably not as transformative as like influencing history as your teachers. Is
We
good
used to
stuff.
do one like that, but
Yeah.
instead of creating a monument, they had to justify the existence of one.
Yeah.
And so they had to look at who it was made for. They noticed the fact that most of them were about men. And even their place in the city, so some of them were like down valleys, some of them were in pretty obvious areas and why. And then even ones who really liked sport were able to look at who's the statues out the front of it, MCD, why those people and why not others. And then it was around the time when they were taking down statues and renaming them, changing, and they had to then say, should these people still have their commemorations to
Yeah, okay. So some strategy.
Is that you know what?
Just wondering
Because we
how
know
much time do you allocate to teaching them? This is what
things
should
that
be
they
taken.
know about the electorate.
Otherwise, literacy wise.
But it meant that they were being informed, not just about
Like
English.
ideal world, you sit down with that group,
Right,
right,
which
this
is
is a report
why
that
do
you
we
choose
choose
to.
to make the statutes and monuments to some things and not others? Why not the frontier wars, but why World War One?
Which I think it definitely fits in that first one. It's one of the very important stuff that's important to go through. It's just, yeah, how do you get stagnation and stagnation. And like it's something I can do myself easily. Like you can do push it down sections 2 years ago, you can go start like they have centuries. So it's not just a real key. So that's again, I guess that's, if you transform those ideas, that's where that might come from. So you just have that statutes being pushed down, right happily or whoever cracks it. Who's getting the individual? Or even crack the stats.
Hard to do it
So, yeah, I think it's one thing we were talking about, wasn't it? It was if they don't want to do it. So then how do you
Yes, that's
use,
right.
Yeah, how do you use your sentences? How do you use your scaffolding? How do
We
you
are,
use
yeah.
So then,
your protocols?
to keep this going.
Yeah.
So on this table, what stands out as the most authentic?
Okay.
From the ones that I read, I think the World War One, the tour that I read, the World War One museum, not the museum, that was good to go to.
The,
commemorative
just
one.
started,
Yeah.
We.
But just, yeah.
So
The museum was just
text
so.
that sort of,
I think the one thing the museum might have.
it was heavy.
The
And it
museum
sort
has
of
a chance
tried
to
to fit everything around students.
so
Just
much
text
scope
it.
for them to focus on something they want to look at.
To be honest, it's
But
really
remember, it's like
work.
it is a worldwide
Text response.
whatever.
Yeah.
But people can look at it the same way.
Yeah.
It's called Sarah.
That museum one.
Jack French, yeah.
Dive into
Yeah,
it.
it's a good text.
Yeah,
And your background.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
guess the way we choose to display it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be very different. So it could be
We'll
a
make
video,
podcasts.
light display, or
Yeah.
claymation,
And
Mhm.
Lego.
I think last year
Yeah.
had some interesting ideas.
That's interesting. So they're kind of up there. Which one did you feel was the least?
The naming of some of the characters in the text.
You
yeah.
mentioned the monument has potential, but it's not.
Yeah, I think that is, and I think they've all got their place.
Revolution wise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just, I think it's very much going down its own path. It's not necessarily
Yeah,
easy to
the text
set your own
response.
questions, set your own,
You don't need to get.
not inquiring, but,
No, I agree.
Which is a shame.
setting your own
You
path.
could get kids really connecting with them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely got there, but it's not just the text section.
Yeah.
It's just probably not quite
Like the
a
project
chance to
doesn't
do it
get
like lots of ones.
Yeah.
But if it's
Yeah.
create, if it's demonstrate knowledge of the text.
I think
it's that-
From all the ones that I read, they're all,
Using.
yeah, they're all purposeful. I think I read, I thought, oh, that's not a good project.
No,
I don't know. Yeah.
yeah, I struggled to find
Yeah,
that
for
as
sure.
well, actually, so,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I could see all these areas in there where they
Teach check
fall,
response.
so.
Yeah.
And as I was reading some of them, I just looked at them, how great would this be?
Yeah.
So already ideas.
Yeah, great.
It's
Yeah.
great to have an aspect of this. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I think just,
I've copied it, made
Yeah.
send off whoever one, museum one to the team that's working.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's good. Okay.
No.
Well, that's,
Good starting point.
it's really, I mean, there's a reason why you grab these projects over the years. There's no time to take them.
no.
Oh, that's good. I like
Great to
that.
see though.
For different reasons.
Yeah.
There's some strange context as well. It's
Yeah.
just the States one to Australia. It is.
I'm glad you can see that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm so sorry about
This
that.
geographical setting.
Yeah, no, that's
So
it's good to have them.
it's interesting seeing what we've done.
That's knowledge.
When I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's good. I think
it's
it's good.
interesting to see.
Isn't that what we do?
Yeah.
Because this one, it's different. This is the medieval.
It's a medieval.
There are passages that.
But this is good.
Passages that,
And
Yeah, that would
that's
be.
what we found.
it's a good way to
These
um,
are trends.
it's a good way to kind of
So I think we're moving towards now thinking about our own projects. I know the project's been emailed back to the team back at school already, which is good. some great conversations and fairly similar feelings, I think, about the two World War One project standing out for different reasons and different showcasing different aspects of authenticity. And then some potential, but not quite there in terms of the revolution, the Monuments project. Would anyone like to share anything that stands out that you'd like to share with the group? As with all of these activities, there's no right answer. It's just an opportunity to have a look at some of those different projects. And I know that a lot of you are now starting to think about your own projects and ideas that may have come from looking at these. You said that something stood out when you read one of those. Was it the year?
Yeah, a bunch of them. I think what I really liked about one of the World War One projects is the commemorative aspect. And I think what students can do is, and maybe if they have history, a family member they might have served, can also use that opportunity to commemorate someone that means a lot to them. So I think kind of connects to with the transformative aspects there. So I do quite like that.
Nice. So can you see that as a potential opportunity for one of your projects?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Any other ideas have jumped out to anybody from looking at those projects?
I think that student voice and choice, particularly with that museum one, stood out. Just the range, but within still a very confined topic. So it's still going to be looking at curriculum content, but just the potential chance to go through. And still, I guess from a curriculum perspective, still teach the key points that you need to hit on.
Yeah.
So it's just, you provide that platform and then the students can go off and find what they need to find.
Yeah.
And build on that.
Getting back to those key points, isn't it? What's really, really important here, and does it matter how they get there?
And if you think about any criticisms that other teachers will have of PBL, how do you teach curriculum? Well, that's a really good example of your first benchmark is your key knowledge, or first two, and then you build off that. So, yeah, that's a good way of doing that.
And you mentioned about peer teaching, so the opportunity that raises, and that you've got the student choice. Yeah. Well, thank you for those good conversations. We're going to turn our attention now to our own project. So think of one of your projects that you might be hoping to improve, or it could be just a unit of work that is not a project right now. And have a look again at that spectrum of authenticity and see if you can work out where in each row your project might like, essentially using it as a rubric to guide our project. So just think of that one project, with that one project in mind, see where you might rate it. And feel free to write on these sheets if you want to scribble any ideas. And what is an easy next step that you might be able to take today while we're thinking about it?
Yeah, go for it.
Have you got anything to mind? Yeah.
I think there is more teachers. It's very explicit.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Where do you feel like the energies rise there? Yes.
Very engaged. Because we do that, as I said, we do history.
Yeah.
Okay. So a medieval year 7 project? It's a good opportunity to collect some ideas as well. Because, great.
That's how we had all three.
Two.
We don't
Yeah, but you can do it.
It's
Yeah.
probably diet at 7 and 8.
And then, like, at year 10, I guess you can still do it at year 10, right? Like, thinking about, like,
It can be. Well, you know what I'm saying.
no, just get rid of them,
We
yeah.
used to do something normally,
So we're in
so
Commonwealth.
it keeps their interest, so that they
Yeah.
stick it out until year 9.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
just-
going to
Yeah.
Vietnam Veterans Museum on Wednesday.
Yeah, potentially. It's just hard
Might
because
not be
that
back
same
till
route
for,
is
actual learning on Wednesday afternoon, but it's just there.
Just as a general thought. I mean, it might sound a bit radical,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
you know, giving students your second choice. Maybe
Yeah.
always best to get based on rather than give
So you want an artifact or something else. The timing didn't
Whether or not something like that would be.
allow us to do it all together.
It would be just. You are going to show.
So I thought that one worked pretty
Oh,
well.
yeah, what the people coming in.
Do you think?
Yeah. The next unit we do like, the driving question is.
Oh, so good.
That's
So
fine.
we do a thing that's like, recording Australia.
Okay. No. I have happy. Can you explain a little bit more? I wasn't sure. I had the same question. Microsoft's great.
Actually,
We'll have that part of the,
It does. Yeah, it does, yeah. So you're saying it's
like,
have a few options. One document.
Yeah, I'll set how many of them once.
Yeah.
So, I've got plenty of ideas for stuff myself. I think this is one we spoke about. Yeah, but then again, if you look at that's the thing, so
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, where it is.
no, sorry. They do actually involve that. Our benchmarks. Like we're still doing our and that's I think that's something we're looking at, particularly for people to it, still having that control of that stress over it. Which this will go for 5 weeks. So this is usually the 25 cricket time. What that looks like next year. Our so that might impact how we approach products like this. But you end up with, I guess, your choice. You've got that option. So, like I mentioned, a lot of students will use Minecraft. Some will prep like dioramas, some will do posters. They really do use two shoe boxes. So yeah, it's. I think it's primarily that's what I was testing it like. In terms of giving it
I think one thing working together is
So in terms of you reckon
that's a challenge.
That's why I can believe
So the challenge with that parents want to engage with the subject. So you can do the method versus don't seem to be as or as needed. So what we've done in the past with our audience is usually and that's something where a scenario companies our authenticity often comes from the beginning. It's like if one product's still report for the COVID with healthcare professionals. So potentially you could bring up or something like that.
Cool. Yeah.
But it's just where does that come from? And then how do you do that? Say you're again, how are you doing that?
I think that's been our
We only had two, we worked out time, we can see now, it's not a we have additional 2 lessons.
and then
Oh, you mean that, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because in this time we were able to get to come in. And we were able to class.
Yeah. How many do we have? Like 7?
There's more, like, on your 8 classes. So,
That's right.
instead we had to compromise and get a video. It would be nice to have a video.
Yeah.
And then also,
So our usually come at the start of the project. to be able to hear voice just up to our civics combined, and it's sort of developed history. We start that with a community. We get our politicians in, we get our community leaders in, we get this perspective. So in the school town, like or like a hospital, that kind of stuff, and actually ask those questions. And be able to authenticity rather than that final product, and that seems to be more workable. Without any companion, I would do a good maybe about 20 years. So last few years we've like done a bit of things to lunch, so we're out there trade.
Oh, beautiful.
So
Yeah, that's
the
so
food
you
is
have
amazing. So we do have that authenticity in other places. The question is that historically authentic? Or is that what that can do just yeah.
agenda. So there's obviously the spectrum of authenticity that we've been looking at, but there's also project design checklists. I know our wonderful Earl and the teachers are looking at project design. So you might want to have a quick look at that checklist. But there's also a problem-based unit planning template that I would recommend for anyone with classes. To explore building upon those skills, down to short, sharp units where we address content in a much shorter period of time, and the focus on the process as opposed to the so I can run a little workshop if anyone is interested in looking at some examples of book-based units for older classes. Also, it may be an option in a project to insert some problems into that project. So when we're thinking about engagement along the way,
that might be something you want to consider. So if you want to see some examples, not specific history ones, but examples to get you thinking along those lines, just let me know. Are there any questions? Are we all, it seems like everyone's just up and running. We're ready to go. Okay, fantastic. Remember this afternoon, you're going to get some feedback on a particular focus question. So just bear that in mind as you're working along. So if there's a sticking point, that's okay. Maybe park that and get some feedback on it later and jump on to the next thing. Everybody okay with that? Okay. All right. Off you go.
One thing I think would be potentially thought about like a modern soldier.
Oh, wow.
Or doing that comparison.
I like that
That's a
idea.
cool idea.
Create something that they can play out, so it's like you make your judgment. And it's like, well, he has to create this for a modern day service.
Yeah.
Something from Ryan's working on a different and then we could do it as well.
I like that link into it.
Yeah, I like that.
Just like look at that flow.
Don't forget, and I know
Giving him choice.
I like that idea. Write it down. It's a modern soldier.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's interesting. That's medieval, ancient, and they have to go.
Even the how free we subject we have is like civil rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, we use the elderly or something like that, and shelter, the past experiences, and then we have a two-part, we have a youth and two-part civil rights, American Australian. And then the second part is modern movement, and then getting last year,
some of you grappling in general with, what project-based learning looks like when you're going in sequence. But one question you can narrow it down to now. So you're going to have the opportunity to share your design ideas or your situation with people you perhaps haven't spoken to today. And after presenting your project, problem, whatever it might be, then you're going to ask your driving question. And the idea then is that the audience, or the people that have been listening to you present that situation, then they're going to have 5 minutes to discuss what they've heard, what the positives, what they like about what they've heard, and then attempt to answer the target question within the group without you responding to what they're saying. So we're not listening to respond, we're literally just listening and taking in, making note of any interesting ideas. So this is kind of a hybrid version of the tuning protocol. Is interested and it's linked there. If you want to do this with your department, there's a link to the bit more information about it. So you stay quiet while other people are discussing the project, and then at the end, after 5 minutes, then there's a couple of minutes just for the presenters to share just any interesting ideas that came out of that discussion. So 10 minutes, as I said, now to draft that target question. So something you would like feedback from. There's heaps of different experts in the room here. And then we'll get started and pair up. So, and I'll need to just work out how many presenters we're going to have so we can work out the groups. Okay, so 10 minutes starts now.
Sorry. I'll just read it in.
I would have thought it's this.
No, it's only one that is a special that we're going to post to everyone about how it was. Maybe my question is, my question would be to how can we community.
Yeah.
What about?
I feel that's how I take it.
Like, we did have writing action. How do you?
What about?
Yeah.
And I guess
Well,
what
I
we
guess
can
our
say
question
is,
is,
like,
projects so short. How do we do feedback for our
Oh, that's right.
We need
I was wondering what that, when you mentioned that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, was apparently sort of unit.
So then get them to.
Do you want to hear seven introductions to projects? Do that? And I'll come back and you present it for. So I'll keep the conversation with you. Do you want to, have you got a target question for them?
Well, I'll just go through this.
And what do you think is the question?
Really?
You are the official planning for this group. Let anyone talk, present Yeah.
So if you haven't started already, you want to start the presentation?
Did you take it to give them today?
There is a good team of teachers down as well.
Kind of a nice road. So
45 minutes.
It's not bad, but I feel it's like it's just
History subjects this year. We're doing one together, like a project that's in mind at the moment, which we've identified as
I teach on the
currently it's sort of the language of PBL, but the project-based drive questions, how has migration experience shaped Australia's identity? And their entry event with good academic is the culminating event, which is like developing a biography of the migration experience of the community. So at Salesian as a school that we combine English and history. So there's at the moment this unit colleagues with text response, responding to a play called Scattered Light. What we thought that we could do was, the culminating event would be the biography. We start with an extra event, going to an river, and then getting into the text, and thinking about what the text tells us about this experience of migration. The second phase would be teaching students, students learning how to conduct interviews, and putting their interview into
biography can be presented in different ways as long as it's within the culture. Biography is so someone with a very honest way, story language, then it could be quite past. There's an arching path, and it could be, drawing something to try to keep it that relevance.
So the question was, how do you think a text unpacking it like you would in a standard English class?
So would you do the text at the end?
We do that after the entry event.
So it's very easy to just be like,
It's a play, and it's based a lot across all different themes, different migrations, and it's not clear what is happening. It's very like ambiguous until you see. So there's that other aspect of it. It's really put it together to kind of see what's happening. There's a story like me reading it, I can clearly see within the first page that they were refugees on the boat, but it's wild to get that up until the very end. So it's sort of that. So it's all different migrations, which is good for the context of, and especially for it's good for the context. It's a challenge in that way. It can be really good for ensure that it comes together. It doesn't feel like two separate units in the same.
Text. This is how you would do interviews with a class, and they come up with a biography where you have to do the same person.
Could you do with a company an image? It's like that into some sort of front cover or art. Yeah.
I can never civilisations to support them.
Yeah.
Rather than just one person having to do it.
We have 8
We have someone, someone could take on the organisation. We need to do that.
To say, I do, like, how much is this teaching of the civilization? Basically talk about really leave it to the kids.
Yes. It's pretty thorough, isn't it? One in there, done.
Yeah. And to put up.
So hear some of the different aspects.
From
So one is some feedback from me to come to that. The first though is just a bit of end of session reflection. If you want to go back to the agenda that we've been looking at, and if you refresh, you should be able to edit it. And at the bottom, this section, the structure, what, so what, now what. So what have you learned about today? In just in a one line. Dot point is fine. So why is this important to you personally and your work? And now what? So what steps do you now need to put into place to make this happen? So to just jump into any row, put your name in, and then fill out those boxes. That'd be fantastic.
You have lights.
Those people being rude.
Yeah, just for me.
Oh, do
There's scroll on.
you want to?
Sure. Thanks.
Great. Okay. I'll try to
Yeah. Shouldn't take too long. It's funny things like.
Yeah. So once you get your project together, feel free to email. Okay, for everybody, I'm always happy to receive projects via email or feedback, either via Zoom or the phone. Some really interesting comments there about key takeaways from today, connecting with community and input. I was reminded by this group to kind of as a child. You know, we talk about, oh, wouldn't it be amazing to just get over there, interesting. It was the most boring day of my life. So I do, and also student interest. You know, it doesn't matter that it's a long way, it's about. You think so? That's right, yeah.
Someone talking about London or something?
Yeah.
Maybe back to your
I'm sure. So yeah, you're definitely along the right track there in terms of choice in your project. I've learned so much today. Thank you for your discussions and thoughtful comments and feedback. Really good, and thank you for being open as well to sharing conversations around that. This is for some feedback from you, so it's just a really quick survey if you don't mind scanning that QR code. That's your exit ticket, so no one's going to that will allow you to do your completion and go which and if you have any suggestions for how we can improve things, definitely put it in there.
No,
Can we write for you?
Yeah, that's nice. That's good feedback. Thank you to everyone that travelled here today. Thanks to the Legion team for giving up their time today, and thanks to Taylor for presenting. I think useful Karen taking action
If you had there was a project you wanted to see more about, that could ask from the thanks everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And if anyone is interested in learning more about what they're sort of doing as well, I'll pass on a few things.
Yes, I had some brilliant insights actually. So taking away some of the questions. So much.